Does it work? I hope it works. Okay. Live stream is live streaming. In theory, anyway. Coffee. Probably should have had him add 2 shots instead of just the one, but it is what it is. I don't know if my assistant's going to be here today. I haven't heard back from him yet. And yeah, it's cold in here. So I got my munchies. None of which am I supposed to have. So we'll just hide those over there and pretend they don't exist, right? What am I doing? Oh, I'm just gonna chill out here for a few minutes and wait for folks to show up because, well, if there's nobody here, what the hell am I doing? I'd play music, but YouTube would probably copyright strike me, so there you go. They're kind of dicks about stuff like that. Oh, I have one victim. Yay! Say hello, one concurrent viewer. Oh, and he left. Okay, I had one concurrent viewer. Oh well. Bye, concurrent viewer. Oh, it's going to be a long day, I think. For those of you that are watching this recorded, you might want to go ahead and head off to the documentation so you can see what I'm using to build this. I'm going to go ahead and I'll post the URL in the chat window here real quick. And that's the guide that I'm going to be working on. That was written by Caleb. So if it's wrong, it's not my fault. But it's not wrong. I've actually gone through the whole thing, and I'm very, very impressed with the job that he did. It's very clear. There's a couple of rough spots, but those are more due to the complexity of some of the tasks. I wouldn't say the difficulty is very difficult unless you're not used to using tools that don't have Fisher-Price stamped on the side. A 3D printer build really is kind of it's an easy thing these days. I mean, back when this was in the early stages, back in 2012, 2013, building your own printer was a pretty tall hill to climb. These days, the software is improved, the hardware is amazing, the kit designs are great, and you really got to work at it to screw this up. That being said, I'll probably screw it up. And I've got my pumpkin spice latte here, because that's what we do in Washington State. And of course, they misspelled my name right after I told her how to spell my name. So yeah, there's that, I guess. Okay. So I don't know how much longer I should wait before I actually start cracking boxes open, because there's like nobody watching. But, you know, that's not surprising. I've only got like 1,100 subscribers, and people have better things to do with their time than watch 3D printer builds. And, well, this is a 3D printer build. I suspect there's a lot of people flipping out over the Seahawks game that will be going on today. And, well, I don't care. It's sports ball, whatever. So let's go ahead and get this party started. So I'm going to go through some of these boxes. I've unloaded all the stuff from the main shipping box. I wanted to make sure everything was here. And so far we've got our printer power supply, which is this thing here, okay? And we're not going to need that for a little bit, so I'm going to slide that over here out of the way. This is the heated bed and the glass. We're not going to need that for a little while, so I'll leave that over there. The motor mount and the idler pack. Let's see what we got in here. Okay. So idlers, that's bed mounts, I think. And those and motors and switches and things. Okay, so that pack can go hang over there. The reason I'm ripping through these things is because the first two steps are assembling the SE300 hot end and the carriages. And since my helper is not here, I'm going to have to put the carriages together myself. Nice. This is the hot end whip and miscellaneous bits and pieces. Nice pre-assembled cable there. Here, we can show it over here too. Okay, so we've got the arms, the wiring, the fancy free included decal. Yay! Always like those. Okay, there's the carriage pack. And where is my SE300? That's an extruder pack. Up. Yeah, there we go. That's the SE300 pack. Yep, okay. So I'm put the rest of this junk in here. Those I'll do second. This I'll do first. Get a pair of scissors real quick. Hopefully you guys can see this easily. Me and my ghetto stool here. Okay, what is that? That's a locking PTC adapter kit. We've got some fans. We've got some injection molded fan parts and a heater cartridge. And a heater. Oh, that's nice. I didn't expect that. That's nice. And the hot end itself, and the printed circuit board. Okay, this is awesome. I've never seen a triangular shaped static bag before. That's just too cool. So, okay. So let's go ahead and I'll click over on the window that you guys can't see. And we're going to go to the SE300 build guide. So we'll go over here. And we'll start flipping through. I wonder if I can add that window to here. Browser window plus overhead. That did not do what I expected it to do. So let's take a look at what I can do for the window here. Display capture, properties, and let's see if I can grab that browser window. No, cancel. We're going to add a window capture. And we're going to call this browser window. And then that's the window I want. Let's see if that's what I get. And we're going to turn off display capture. I think. There we go. Now, what window is this, though? Oh, I'm so confused. Properties. Come on. This is incredibly irritating. I can't see if it's doing it properly, and I don't think it is. So let's go back to the regular cameras. I was kind of hoping to put the window covering where the boxes are at, because that's kind of open space, and I'm not really using it, so, okay, well. So, first thing we're going to start with is preparing the heater cartridge. Well, those fine folks at SeeMeCNC had decided that apparently it was no longer necessary to be difficult with the heater cartridge. So, the original instructions have you putting together the heater cartridge from scratch. If you look at the SE300 link. Oh, look at that. There's actually people here now. I've got two of them. I'm reading the chat. Give me a second, guys. I'm slow. Got to catch up. There's John Dorbain. How you doing? WV838. I know who that guy is. He probably is either staying up late or he got up early, one of the two. Yes, failure is always an option. And I'm really good at failing, so woohoo! Anyway, this is what the heater cartridge looks like, okay? The original instructions had you working with the heater cartridges was just this with bare leads, and you put some PTFE tubing on it and went through that. Well, apparently that's no longer the case. And that's kind of nice to see. It looks like they're also shipping injection molded fan shrouds instead of the 3D printed ones, which is cool. And of course you got equipped with SE300 Pro bed leveling tag. That's kind of cool. See, I'll show that to the camera. Which way is my hand going? There we go. Okay, so it's a go fast sticker, right? Okay. So we need to skip through. Oh, Jim. Jim. It's the Jiminator. Look out, everybody. So I don't need the crimp tools that I went and grabbed. I don't need this fancy thing. So yay, I guess. And we can skip there. Now we're going to disassemble the hot end body, which is this thing here. Okay. That is a hot end assembly, and it looks like that is a 0.5 nozzle. Okay. We're going to remove the nozzle. And unscrew the heater block. And unscrew the heat brake. So I'll show you what these pieces are all about. This is the cold section of the hot end, okay? This should never get warm at all. This is what the fan blows on to make sure that you don't get any heat creep into the hot end, okay? This is made out of aluminum. This is the heat brake. This joins the heater block and the cold section of the hot end. This is typically made out of stainless steel, and that's what this appears to be made from. This is the heater block. This holds the nozzle, the thermistor, and the heater cartridge. And this is made out of aluminum. So we have those four pieces. So now we need to do what? I need to grab a wrench, and I don't have one, so I have to go get one. I will be right back. Okay, I needed a 5/16, and I will eventually need a 1/4 inch for that nozzle. So we're going to go ahead and put this thing back together, like so. And we're going to snug that down just a little bit with a 5/16 wrench, like so. Yeah, Mitch, they've used cartridges for quite a while. As it flies off into. That's as much as I'm going to be able to tighten that thing without using another tool. So, yeah, Roy, there is a absolute ton of traffic. My house is, or the shop door faces Highway 161, and it's essentially a 2-lane road with a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit. Everybody does like 70 or 90, and most of it's big trucks with like that, filled with really weird people and polluting exhaust. So yeah, I can move my microphone a little bit to see if that helps, but there's not a whole lot I can do about the sound. If I was able to use my lav mic, that would help quite a bit, but I really don't have a way to interface the lav mic to the PC right now. At least that I've spent time investigating. Okay, so we are now after what? heater block, the nozzle. The heater block and the nozzle and the high-tech Nomeno 8. Welcome to the stream. It's a disaster, but hey, that's typical, you know, so woohoo. Okay, so heatsink screws into the heater block back to the opposite side of the screw. Screw the nozzle into the heater block on the side of the screw and set the screws in picture 1. All right, okay. So I should probably read this a little bit closer because I haven't put... Yeah, well, I am kind of out in the boonies. The running joke is that when you can see the fence that marks the edge of the world, you're almost to my house. I'm just setting the correct depth of the heater block and the nozzle. You don't want to tighten it too much because you can strip out. This brass is a lot harder than the aluminum, and it'll ruin your day if you crank it down too hard. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and we're going to install the heater cartridge. And according to the picture, it should be oriented like this. And I forgot to grab a screwdriver too, didn't I? No, I didn't. I did not. Because I have one of these fancy SeeMeCNC screwdrivers that got thrown into the kit. Is that the right size? That is the right size. So I will just use one of these things. I knew there was a reason I had it sit on the damn table. Kind of bummed that my assistant isn't here. I don't know if he's coming or not. I haven't heard from him. John Dorbain, are you asking me what time is it at tour home? God, you gotta love auto incorrect, right? It's actually 12:20 p.m. here, my time. Okay, so tighten that down. And now we're going to go ahead and do the thermistor. Ooh, I am missing a tool, I think. I am. Ruh-roh, Raggy. There does not appear to be an Allen wrench included in there. Well, okay then. So I will have to source me an Allen wrench. Fortunately, I'm lousy with the damn things. So hang on. Who remembers these things from the older, later model V1s, early model V2s? Okay, got to get into the plastic bag before I can use the tool that's inside of it. Wow, you're in France? Holy cow. You're farther away than that WV838 guy, I think. Okay, we back this out just a little bit, put the thermistor cartridge in there. And this cartridge is really kind of cool. It's essentially a standard glass bead thermistor, but it's in a crimped brass enclosure, which makes it really hard to damage, and that's good. Technomen 08, I'll tell you something. I've got a problem around this shop with two things: hammers and measuring tapes. Okay? And as a result, I now have close to 20 different measuring tapes and I think 12 hammers. Because every time I turn around, I can't find one. So I end up going to the store or ordering more online. And it's kind of become a running joke in the shop around here. Okay, so we go ahead and we put that in there. And you do not want to tighten this down too much, because if you do, you will do physical damage to the thermistor inside. And you do not want to crush that glass bead or run the risk of the compression of that brass thing cutting the leads and shorting them together. Here's another thing I bet you guys, some of you haven't seen in a long time. The aluminum, the original aluminum U-joints in the late V1s, early V2s. Yeah, this box is just full of all kinds of nonsense. PTFE tube for the original hot end. Got plenty of spares for those, boy. All the problems I have, spare parts are not one of them. Or not among them. Okay, so we've tightened that down, and what are we going to do? We are installing a heatsink cooler. So in order to do that, we need to grab the pack with all of the little fans on it. And which fan are we going to use? Are they all the same or are they different? No, there's one that's much smaller. So these are the 3-layer fans. Okay. And that is going to fit in there like so. Yes, well, your shop is so small that everything can be within arm's reach. So, yeah. I know, I'm just a filthy braggart. But it's what I do, I guess, right? Okay, we've got that and that. Okay, does it show which? I've never put one of these SE300s together, so I am not quite sure what gets oriented where. Let's see, insert the fan shroud over the heatsink. There's a tab on the fan shroud that inserts into the first large gap between the fins and the heatsink. So we're going for that gap right there. And that goes like, come on. Come on, get in there. There we go. Okay. Rotate the fan so it's pictured as in pic 2, which is like that. And I'll post a link to in the chat real quick to the guide that I'm using so you guys can see that. And that's step 11. So install the fan shroud on the hot end. We've done that. Now we need to get the circuit board. The cool thing about this board is that it's got a strain gauge on it. And the strain gauge is built in the 2 interior layers of the board. And it allows the controller, the Do-It controller, to detect when the nozzle has touched the bed, thus turning the entire nozzle assembly into a Z-probe, which is really kind of nice. Okay, so we have these bits. I'll orient it the way that it's shown in the picture. in which I'll be soldering 4 sub-mini 15-way Wow, you write that really strange. It's a 15-pin D-sub mini, but okay. Is it a high-density or low-density connector? And why the hell aren't you using crimps? Because those are so much easier. Okay. Now we've got to attach the hot end to the PCB. So we need this bit of plastic here, which is a PTFE tube, and this thing here, which actually is a threaded piece of aluminum, and it's got a PTC fitting on it. And this will eventually be coming off because I've got a dual extruder kit for this that will be part of the build. So let's see here. We are going to orient it like so and like so. And that goes like that. Drop that in there. Okay, make sure that fan's properly oriented. Yes, well, you may have invented it, but we made it better, so there. We spent a lot of time rummaging through back alleys and mugging other languages for their grammar, so. Just trying to make sure I've got the orientation of this whole thing correct, because I do not want to have to do this again. And this little tightening tool is very handy. Give that just a little bit of a tighten, and that is that. And holy crap, it looks like the picture. Okay. One side is tapered. You want to bet that I just put that PTFE tubing in backwards. So let's take a peek and find out, because I'm willing to bet that I did it. Yep, put it in backwards. Because that's what I do. Sure glad I read the instructions, right? We are tightening these things back together. That's good as that's going to get. Which I probably just did. It warns you not to over tighten it. I may have run it down just a little bit too much. Yep. And the reason that they don't want you to over tighten it is because it can compress and distort the shape of the PTFE liner that's inside the hot end. And if it does that, you're going to have jamming problems and all kinds of funky shit going on that makes it almost impossible to diagnose if there's an issue with the hot end or not. Okay. And now we're going to attach the fan and the thermistor. So the fan comes up, and how are they routing it? That's really hard to see. And it's actually marked for the fan, so that's where that goes. I'm not crazy about that wire just hanging out there, but. And then the thermistor plugs in right next door. Okay, so that's what that looks like so far. Mitch, what you do is when you're tightening the fitting down, you go to it snug and then you turn it a quarter turn and no farther. At least that's according to what Caleb or Andy just wrote. So. Okay, so now we're going to prep the heater wires. Bed them so they're in line and yada, yada, yada. It uses a pair of compression terminals right here. I know it's kind of hard to see, but. Okay, so we are going to bend these around. Clip these off. Strip them just a little bit off of here. A little bit more. Now I need to change to the really small tip. I should just leave these out because I may be hopping back and forth frequently with these things. Will that fit? That does fit. Okay, great. Okay, it doesn't matter which one goes where because being just basically a resistor, polarity doesn't matter. Damn it. I gotta drag out the big guns. That screwdriver's not gonna do it. So back over to the other corner of the shop. Okay. Yeah, I just made a hash of it. So. This is not going together the way I expected it to. Which, I mean, it's par for the course for me, but. problems with these little fittings. Okay, there is one wire. Well, what is the fucking problem here? The problem I'm running into is that these press fit connectors, or the compression terminals, don't seem to want to close. And that's a problem, because if they're not tight, they generate heat, and if they generate heat, you're going to lose shit. Okay, so maybe we can go to a really tiny flat tip. Maybe that would do the job. There we go. Much better. Much, much better. Okay, I'm happy with that result. Just using the wrong tool for the job. Which is a day ending in Y around here. Okay, so we've got that all nice and wired up. Wire cleanup. Basically bending wires out of the way. Okay, now we're going to set this aside and start working on the cooling fans. So we need to carefully adjust these because we need to pull those wires out of the back of the, well, not out of the back of the fan, but there's a little retaining clip that these have to come out of because the wires need to exit straight out of the back of the fan. Like so. And we need to find the open gap, or the open space to run these through the hole. So, and we're going to pin these things in place with a couple of really small screws. Fortunately, I've got a couple of really small screws. 2, 4, 6 of these things. Is it not showing the stream or the chat? Of course not. YouTube chat window. me take a look at properties. Okay, let me get a pop-out window here. We'll pop it out. And we'll grab that URL and we'll get that updated. And thank you for letting me know, Mitch. I would not have, I haven't been paying attention to it, so. Okay. Actually, I'm going to move that window around a little bit more. That way I don't have the delay. Okay. Where's that? Okay, yeah. Putting this back down. It's going to be one of those days. Those days are always fun, right? Okay, there is one. There's two. There is three. And I am down to 2 viewers. Oh no. Hopefully somebody finds this amusing. I'm surprised Keegan's not here. Okay, so we've got those 3 put in there. And now we've got to do the fan wind, where we basically take the fan wires and wrap them around the body of the screwdriver in order to get them to nicely coil down inside the shaft for that the wires go through. So take that. And now, of course, they're not going to want to. Oh, really? Okay. Maybe I should use a smaller mandrel for this. There we go. That actually worked pretty well. Wire stuff down there. And I'm a lousy live streamer because I'll get to concentrate on what I'm doing and I'll stop talking. Well, you know, let me think about that, Roy. Email me about it. And if you can come up with something that'll be interesting enough about it, I'll be more than happy to stream something on the new simulator. My problem is that unless you know exactly what you're looking at, it's about as boring as watching paint dry. You know, and but I mean, I'm game, I guess. Can't hurt. And the simulator's actually right behind me. Can you see it? It's right there. I've got all the documentation scanned, and oh my God, that was a hell of a job. And all that's up on the Internet Archive now for people that want to take a look at it. Okay, got all the wire stuff down the holes. And now we're going to attach the ball joint arms, which are these things. This is what the arms of the printer will actually connect to. Trick is to put it together without smashing anything. Okay, and what screws do we use? 3/8 screws, we need 4 of those. And we need washers too, don't we? Yes, we do. So we got, there's 2, 4, 6 washers. Yeah, 6 washers. And there's 2, whoops, 4, 6 little screws. These little bastards are hard to pick up. And I'm down to 1 viewer. Oh well. It is what it is. 2 more to go. Okay, that assembly is done. So we are going to attach the SE300 assembly to the top here. Okay, so how is the orientation of that thing? Doesn't really matter. Trying to see the orientation where this whole thing will fit properly. So there's one. There's 2. This is 3. So I am striking something, I think, in here. I'm doing 3 screws, right? Yeah, 3 screws. So just going to get these started. Ooh, I got it. God damn it, come on. Really? one side down. And that is one completed assembly. Fans clear. Wires are tucked the way they're supposed to be. Awesome. There we go. One completed SE300 auto assembly. Okay, so let me do a little bit of cleanup here, and we will move on to the carriages because that is what's next. These are retaining clips. Those will get used later. And this is just spare screws. Okay, so get this, this, and this. Get all this shit cleaned up. I'm going to step away for just a second. I need to go outside the shop and see if I've got any text messages from my assistant, because while I'm in the shop, I get no cell coverage in here at all. So I will be right back. Well, one of the two text messages I sent actually went out. If you need cell service, do not get T-Mobile. They're crap. I've had people that are on Verizon, which I hate equally for different reasons, can actually get phone calls in my shop, but I get in here with my cell phone and it's just dead signal. It doesn't work and it irritates me. Okay, these are the side carriages. We are going to get these assembled. And I need a P1 screw driver bit, because I'm going to use my electric screwdriver to put these together. So I'm going to go chase that bit and I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. For those people that would like to follow along and see what I'm working on, I will post a link to the instructions that I will be working through. Those are there. Okay. So we've got to put all these little tires on these ball bearings because they ride in the sides of the carriage, or the sides of the extrusion. It's like I can't remember words today. This is a problem. Okay, so basically we just take one of these and we smash it together. And of course they're going to be difficult. Oh, come on. There we go. And it makes a wheel that looks like that. And now I have a bunch more to do. And the fit is really tight. So I'm going to do half. Come on. I'm going to flip them over and do the other half. This is actually pretty good tolerance because these little black tires are made out of Delrin, and they're made on a big lathe. It's really kind of neat to watch them get made. Ooh, up to three viewers. Wow. I am just on fire, right? Or I should be set on fire, one of the two. Not quite sure which. Kind of annoyed that my assistant isn't here. because I could have had him doing this while I was building the hot end. But yeah, because the tolerance is so tight, it's almost an interference fit. They're that tight. But if you want a good precision part, that's what you gotta do. Wow, completely missed that one. And my hands are gonna be all tore up after this. It's been a long time since I put one of these together. Now I remember why. It sucks. Though if I was smart, I'd be using an arbor press. That would make short work of these things. I'm gonna find me a piece of wood. There's no kill like overkill, right? Wow, that worked really well. So we'll put that one over here. Check to make sure it's all correct. So if you're building one of these, do what I'm doing. It's going to make your life a lot easier. Your hands hurt a hell of a lot less. Then again, I'm old, right? And I'm checking each one as I set it, because I want to make sure that it's completely seated, there's no gaps, or if there is, it's a tiny, tiny gap. And something tells me we're going to have extra Delrin tire pieces. Which happens. Okay, so got those done. So these are our spares, and we're going to put those in our little spares baggie. Now I need this bag of parts, because these are the axles that hold these things together. And there are 6, we should have 9 screws here. So there's 3, 6, 7, ruh-roh, raggy. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And this is 9. Okay, so, and I skipped all the way out to, we're going to do now step 3, assembling the spring arms. The new spring arms, wait, which craft is this? Oh, it's a redesign. Oh, that looks nice. That looks very nice. Okay, the difference between the two, okay? And I don't know if you guys can see this or not, but you see how they're basically identical parts, but they go together. Each one has a male side, each one has a female side. The previous design was you had one side with male bosses and another side with female cups, and you just put them together, and you could accidentally get them backwards, and because they were so tight, if you tried to get them back apart, you could break them. Well, the redesign has eliminated that problem, and it looks like they're going to be easier to assemble as well. So, winning all around. So we'll put one of these on that side. We're going to try anyway. I'm really hoping that's how that works, because if it doesn't, I have really screwed it up. Yeah, that's how it works. Oh, that is so cool. Okay, so yeah, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be very interesting. And that explains the change of the count on the screws as well. The idea is being I'm trying to get these to set all the way from and then I will screw them together here in a second. My Field Expedient hammer here. And if Steve ever sees this, he's probably going to cringe as I'm pounding these things together. And somebody's going to come up to him and go, well, I saw him do it in the video and I broke. So I suspect to hear, God damn it, Gene. Okay, so let's go together like so. Little tappity tap. That looks good. Tappity tap. Looks good. There we go. Now we've got to put the screws into them. Grab my fancy electric screwdriver and the bit that I just put over here and lost. There it is. Switch that out to that. There is one. I am going to move my picture-in-picture window over here. That way you guys can see what I'm doing a little bit more easily. I'm confused, I think. have more parts than I need. So let us take a look at that. Oh, I think I did a dumb thing. We're going to find out real quick. These goes. It goes in there on this little boss in here. Kind of, there we go. We got that. We got that. Plastic cover that goes on like so. There's something decidedly strange about this. Because I've got too many of these. Right? Because I need one per. Come on. So there's one. And then come on, just fit in there and do not snap off. Okay, so there's my 3. I wasn't paying attention and I built too many of these because there were extras in the kit. So now I've got to get these apart. I'm going to go over to my vise here out of camera and get myself a pair of pliers to take these apart. The problem is I pounded these things together, so getting them apart could prove to be problematic. So back to the vise. Fortunately, I have soft jaws on these things, so it should come apart okay. Once I can just hold it. And I can use a screwdriver and my hammer and recover these poor things. Of course, it's going to rotate on me. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to get these out. I don't want to. Well, I can mangle up the tires because I've got spares, but. I just don't want to if I don't have to, you know? Nope. God damn it. Okay. Fortunately, I think I can salvage my mistake. And this is my mistake. This is not something SeeMeCNC did. I was on autopilot. I wasn't paying attention, and I did not understand that they had accidentally included an extra part. And I was so busy flapping my gums that I didn't realize that. And it bit me in the ass. Fortunately, I used the same bearings for some other projects that I've done in the past, and combined with the spare tire assemblies, the roller assemblies, I can get my little buns out of this hole. See that? Click over here. Okay, that goes in the, well, certainly screwed that upside. And there we go. So to put these together, we're going to use the 1/2-inch screws. 1, 2, 3. 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. When you put these together, you want to make sure that they're fully closed, because you don't want them loose on the carriages. There was someone on the forum that posted video of him rattling his carriage around on the extrusion, and these things are not supposed to move at all. So if they move, you've got them assembled correctly, and they're not tight. Check and make sure that you've got a uniform gap all the way around out here. And the screws that are used in these are designed for plastics, so they have a really aggressive thread on them. So screwing them together by hand is not that big of a deal. And yeah, you can use an electric screwdriver like I did for that first one, but you really don't need to. And you want to make sure that you don't accidentally crack the boss of the plastic post in there by over tightening the screws. That looks good. And you check the wheels to make sure that there's no rattles inside. And you want to make sure that I got to try to orient this thing correctly. You see how this arm here makes kind of a cupping motion like that? That's what you want. You want that bent like that. Otherwise, it's going to grip the T-slot too hard, or it'll grab this too hard. And if it does, it can run the risk of breaking them and causing problems with your motion system as well, because it'll be gripping it too tightly and won't be able to move. And too tight is actually worse than too loose, because at least with too loose you can move it, but too tight you can break things and cause yourself all kinds of problems that you don't want. And the last screw. Okay, so my carriages are done. I think they're done. What do we have next? Final assembly later, it says. Yeah, I can understand that, because there are components that go here that we have not gotten to yet. So I'm going to set these things aside with the belt clips and this other hardware, because we are a ways from installing the belt clips. And I'm what, an hour and a half into this? It's not great. It's not great. It's not fatal, but it's not great. Okay, so we're going to hop back to the main instructions, I think. And we're going to do the bracket assembly. So, put the hot end aside. Pretty sure the bracket assembly is all of this fun stuff. These look like brackets to me. All the brackets. And motors. That's all that's in there is motors. Might be something else. And the box of a bag of hardware. There's switches and pulleys. Pre-assembled rollers, other miscellaneous bits and bobs. Okay. It wants the peak isolators. Which I'm pretty sure that's one peak isolator. These are the parts we're dealing with here. Okay, so we've got these three pieces here. What are we going to do with these three pieces? We need to get stuff, we need one of them and one of them. All kinds of these here. I'm going to cheat. Make my life a lot easier. That way I don't lose things. Okay. So, for this step, or for this section of the parts from the previous steps, which is identifying all this other stuff, 3 separate pieces like in figure 1. So, essentially we've got these 2 bits, this bit, and one of these. This is a PT, or this is a peak isolator. Using the hex head bolt, attach the peak isolator, the tan piece, this, to the black cup holder piece, this bit. So let's identify that screw. We actually, in theory, have a bolt in this mess somewhere. Yeah, this will make me crazy. And I don't need any more crazy. I am crazy enough, thank you very much. So we're going to separate this nonsense out, just to make it easier to find things. These parts are the 1/4 inch socket head cap screws that are used to structurally tie everything in the printer together. That's one's longer than normal. I see a hex head screw right there. I need 3 of those. Okay. Now that's curious. I got 2 long ones. I wonder what those are for. Something tells me I will be illuminated, or educated here soon. Okay, so we take one of these. Is that a 1/4 inch? That is not a 1/4 inch. What in the hell is that? Huh, okay, so do that. That's really weird. And I'm going to do these in triplets because I've got the parts in front of me, so kind of skipping ahead a little bit. It's not the tool for the job, but it gets the job done. Just trying to tighten these things down a little bit. Seriously, come on. No. It wants to cross thread on me. So I gotta be really careful about it. Gotta grab a wrench to tighten this one down. Not finding one. But I got past the bumps, so that's good enough, I guess. Okay. So we got those three. Okay, lock nuts in the motor plates. So we have one. I need what? 1, 2, 3, 4 per. So I need 12 of these. And there's 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And of course I forgot needle nose pliers. Whoops, no. Yeah? Yeah. No, that's wrong. I was putting that in there wrong. That goes in there. Like so. That's a nice tight fit. Screws put in there. I do believe it is starting to rain outside. If it rains really loud, you'll know it because it's very, I've got a metal roof on the shop and it's really loud. I like how well the screws are held in here. It's much, much better than the bad old melamine days, where sometimes the fit was good, sometimes the fit was bad, and sometimes it was so loose that you'd have to tape the nuts in place or they'd fall out of whatever you were working on. about done with this section here. Okay, so those three pieces are assembled. I got 3 sets of those now. Insert the lock nuts in all 12 brackets. So apparently I'm not supposed to stop with this. I've got to finish these out. So let's do that. Here's for one. Okay, so go ahead. All these bits over here, and these are kind of assembled piles. So we'll put those over there and continue on our way with this. Apparently I've got 3 brave viewers that are still hanging out. That with any luck, my talking is not disturbing their sleep. I don't know if anybody has noticed, but I am wearing a Robots Do My Dirty Work t-shirt that I got from the SeeMeCNC store, because it's a neat shirt and it supports Ryan and all that hard work he's done designing the SeeMeCNC machine and the lowrider. And he puts in a lot of hours putting kits together for folks and dealing with really dumb questions. So I would strongly suggest that if you're looking for an introductory CNC machine that will allow you to get your feet wet with CNC without spending a whole hell of a lot of money, and you've got a 3D printer, I would recommend taking a look and building the SeeMeCNC machine, because it's a great educational tool. It's not very expensive. If you print all the parts yourself and you source all the parts yourself, you know, the greeblies like the brackets and the screws and all that, you can probably put one together for right around $200 in new bits. I've got one that was featured on my channel here that I built last summer. Last summer? God, it's a long time ago, wasn't it? Anyway, it's a monstrous beast, and well, frankly, I built the damn thing too big, so at some point I need to rebuild it at a more sane size and get it working. Okay, so we've got all of that assembled. So now we're going to attach, what are we doing? The peak bracket. Using the smaller side bracket, insert the peak mount on the bracket as shown in picture 1. Okay, so we're going to use a small one here. And we're orienting it like so. And we're doing like that. Right? Right. Okay, so bolt with a washer. There's a bolt with a washer, and there is absolutely no way that is going together like that. That is just not going to happen. That screw is not long enough. Yeah, I can start hearing the rain. So I'm willing to bet that's where the longer screws come into play, of which I have 2. No, I've got 3. Yay! I've got 4. Got my heart beating there real quick for a second. I'm thinking, no, I'm missing a piece that I don't have stock of. And I've got spare parts for a lot of, well, not a lot of 3D printer stuff, but just a lot of just general hardware because of the things I do in my workshop here. And what I did is I used a screwdriver to line that up just a little bit because there's a tab that it fits right here. Okay. So that goes in there like so. And we put a fancy little T-nut thing on there like that. Okay, so we'll just put that a couple of threads on there. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to do 2 more of these things. And there comes the rain. And the joys of being in a metal building when you're live streaming. Oh, I've got 4 people. Greetings, person 4. Okay, we got that in there. Just adjust that just a little bit. Surprised nobody chatting. Oh yeah. It's gonna be one of those days. I can feel it. Okay, so I got 3 of those done. And now we're doing idler bearings. Oh, really? I pushed out one of the nuts with my hand. Oh look, I'm starting to get text messages. There we go. Okay. Let's see what the phone says. Yeah, James, I cannot answer you right now. I'm on a live stream, but with any luck, I'll get back to you. The wrenches for the circuit boards are universal. No, I don't know where I can get you a pair, but at some point I will be able to draw you some and you can have some manufactured. And in case anybody's curious, Guy No has one of these simulators, and his did not come with these. And this is a wrench used for removing the circuit boards out of the backplane. You push them in and then essentially hook them and then push, and it pulls the board out, or pushes the board out. Okay, where the hell was I at? I was putting in idlers. Okay, so we've got one here. There. And there. Okay. Next up, bracket assembly continued. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure that I was gonna miss a step. So I need to get the other T-nut inserted here. Yeah. And get another one of these nut plates on here. So we got a thing that looks like that. So I have to do that to these others here. These over here. Same deal, but bottom here, and these nut plates fit into the metal extrusions, and that's what binds this whole structure together when it's assembled. And these black plates that I'm working with, they're kind of plastic, but they're known as glass-filled nylon, which means they're really rigid and they're really strong. And rigid and strong is very good for a 3D printer. We're back down to 3. Now see, if I had Jerry with me, I'd probably have a couple of hundred people watching this thing just to see what Jerry would do. Well, that's cool. Jerry is a much more entertaining guy than I am. He knows his shit when it comes to YouTube. Okay, so we've got that. Now, find the screws shown in picture 3 for the next step. You'll use 6 of the 12 screws for the next step. So, I'm assuming that these are the 1/2 inch number 4s. Yes. Wow. You gotta love these audio enhancers that I get in here. It's just awesome. Okay. Now, I wasn't sure, I had to look ahead a little bit because I wasn't sure if there was only a single idler here or not. So these things go together like so. And what did I do with my other screwdriver? And the furnace just kicked on. So this is just awesome audio all the way around, right? I find it interesting that apparently they have decided to skip one of the idler. I'm just kind of looking at pictures to make sure that I've got all my ducks in a row here. Yeah. It looks like they've decided to only use a single idler, which is new to me, and it's not necessarily bad because I'm not the one making the design decisions on this beast. And I think they did it because the second idler is just simply no longer necessary. Okay, shit scattered everywhere. Hopefully I didn't break anything. Nope. Yeah, these parts are the same that were used in the Rostock MAX 3.2, I think. And that's probably why the second idler boss is not being used, because with the revised design it simply just isn't worth the hassle, and it's not needed. It saves a little bit on part counts, a little bit on simplicity. Good God. This is why this is where we get the wash in Washington, right? Washingtonians don't die, we rust. Or something. Okay, so we've got all of those three assembled. So what are we doing next? We're going to do the pulleys. So in order to do the pulleys, I got to open the motor pack. And holy cats, is this thing well taped together. It's like, geez, guys, this is a pack of motors. It's not like you're protecting the crown jewels here. Holy Christ. Okay. There's one layer of tape. It's like, but wait, there's more. I hear a donor cycle going screaming by in the rain. Pete's sakes, come on. Screwdriver just sit there. It's like you have to really want to build this 3D printer if you to get into these motors. Grab a something to drink. I'm out of coffee. motors. I only need 3 of them. Okay. And here are my pulleys, and I have to go grab my yeah, either I have not seen it or it accidentally got left out, but yeah, there's no Allen wrench for these, which is kind of a bummer. Okay. Motor pulleys. Yeah, this thing's got a flatted shaft, so we slide this thing in like so. My problem is I don't know how deep they're supposed to go to the depth shown. Okay, well, I can work with that, I suppose. Well, that is not the right size Allen wrench. Which means I've got to grab my tools. I think we are this one. Yep. Okay, one. Spin it around, get the flatted shaft on top. What do I have to replace? This is a 5/64. And that snap you hear is because these damn things are cheap and they're not as hard as they should be, which allows them to get rounded out. That was rounding out on me too. Okay, so that's handled. Okay. So, what I just put together, these things here, these are the bottoms. So I'm going to set these aside. And now we're going to start working with these. These are the tops. And that's where the motors go. So in order to do that, I need all this various bits of hardware. So they want us to start with the end stops. So we're going to work with these end stop switches here. And they want the arms removed. So that's what we're going to go ahead and do. We've got all the switches taken apart, and they want the switches bent like so. What does the phone want? Nothing of importance. Okay, so those are bent over. Bracket assembly. Okay, so we're doing this dance on these parts here. And when you put these together, you'll notice that the threading is kind of stamped, and it's got a piece that sticks out more on one side than the other. You want that piece that sticks out to be facing away from the plate. The reason for that is that it gives more clearance inside the slot for the aluminum extrusion. We're down to 2 intrepid viewers, and nobody is chatting. That makes me wonder if the chat thing died. I don't know. I'm going to take a peek real quick. Nope. Chat didn't die. Nobody's talking. I'm so sad. Oh, there's 3 people. Or no, that was me. Never mind. Okay. Grab these again because we need to install these idler pulleys on here. Oh, come on, just fit on there yet. Right, that's it. It used to be these didn't come assembled and you had to put them together yourself. And these, boy, getting those pressed together, it was painful. You would have chewed up hands by the time you were done. Okay, now that we've got these done, we're moving over to these. Same deal. Put the socket head cap screws in. Okay, that's the end of that, isn't it? Yeah, okay. And now we're going to install the end stop switches. And the end stop switches use these really small 2-56 screws. And there are 6 of those. Will that screwdriver engage them properly? That one will. Okay, so this is where the things get mounted on. And that is the direction I'm thinking, right? Turn that to make it look like the picture I'm looking at. We are good. Of course, we actually have to get it in the right bloody hole. It doesn't work well. Does that fit in here? I would be astonished if it did. Oh, it does. That's nice. Ow! That's a really hot screw, too. Burned the hell out of my finger. And you do not want to put these in too tightly, because if you do, you'll crack the switch body and you'll be screwed. But it needs to be inserted, or the screws need to be tight enough so the screw body cannot move. Okay, so there's one. There's two. Start these by hand and then electric screwdriver. And again, I'm stopping short of running them all the way down, and I'm tightening them by hand so I don't crack that screw body, or the switch body. That's really important. That one's good. And we do this last one. Okay, got the end stop switches installed. Okay, now we are going to locate some screws for the motors. And these are, it's a M3 10mm screw. And if you're a fastener nerd, it's a cheese head. And they call it that because the screw head looks like a roll of cheese. So that is your completely useless piece of trivia for the day. I have to chase down all of these and their attendant washers. Yeah, I have no idea how guys like Joel do this, because I just get to concentrating too much and I forget to talk, and people get bored and they wander away, which I suppose is completely understandable, because I tend to wander away when I get bored. We're back up to 3 people, which is cool. Okay, place washers on all 4 screws. Repeat this for the other 2 piles of parts, giving you 12 screws. So they want us to do that, so we'll do that. You put your issues on the screws. You work. Dum-dee-dum-dee-dum-dee-dum. Down to 2, down to 3. Yeah, at some point I'll get Barnacles down here and You guys can see him just go completely crazy in a very nice nerd cave. If you're not a subscriber to Barnacles, I suggest you do so. It's his 40th birthday at the end of the month, or end of October, and he's shooting for 1 million subs. And he's really close. He's like 900 and... He's probably close to 940,000 by now. But he's worked his ass off to get there, too. Okay, so we are putting the screws into the machine. So, orienting like that. We're putting that like that and dropping that in there like so. Is that a good fit? That's an adequate fit. That'll do the job, I suppose. And we are just putting these in here finger tight, because they're going to get adjusted and moved. You see the curved shape here allows you to loosen these three, and the motor will pivot on this, and that's how you adjust the tension of the belts. You pull the belt reasonably tight when you first install it, and then you go ahead and lift this motor to pull the rest of the tension you want. Okay, so yeah, we're going to do the other two here. So if anybody's got any questions about the printer or 3D printing in general, or flight simulation, or ham radio, or RC airplanes, you are more than welcome to ask. This is not a 3D printing only thing, guys. If you want to ask about any of the projects that I'm working on, you are more than welcome to. Because that way I can talk to you and not have to keep thinking up stuff to yammer on endlessly about while I am doing these really kind of repetitive tasks. As the traffic zooms by, and the rain rains, and I think the only thing the only extra noise enhancer I haven't had today are the crows that typically dance on the top of the roof. On the top of the roof, that's really stupid. On the roof, and their claws make all kinds of racket on the metal. Okay, now we are going to put the brackets together. So we need to go like a so. And we need to grab it like a so. Get these things put together. I need some more of these 1/2-inch screws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And the great leash has leashed. Why are you leashing at me? The nice thing about these screws is when they're fully seated, they bottom out and they will not turn anymore. Which, as long as you're careful, makes it nearly impossible to strip them. Okay, there's one. I like the Sesame Street count. 1 screw, 2 screws, Yeah, I'm starting to lose it. There's 2. This one in. Come on, get in there. What the hell? Oh, grr. Just a little bit of bold flash inside that hole, and it wasn't letting the screw go in the hole. That's got it done. Yeah, all these parts in the printer are injection molded. None of this 3D printed part nonsense. I mean, 3D printed parts are great when you're doing prototypes, but boy, when you're building 1,000 of something, the last thing you want to do is mess around with 3D printed parts. Okay, so now we're going to set these 3 things aside, because we are moving on to a piece called prepping the wiring. Okay, for this section, you will be prepping some of the wiring for the machine. And I'm willing to bet that that's the wiring pack that I need. And as I hold this out and only one camera sees it, yeah, that's just awesome. Okay. So, let's take a peek. Let's see what we have. Okay, I've got these little inventory sheets are really nice because, I don't know if you can see, I'll hold that up so you can see it. It tells you what's exactly in each little bag. My problem is I've been doing this long enough, or enough times, that I tend to not pay any attention to what those things say. Okay, a bag of wiring, 4 blue ring terminals, 7 red ring terminals, 5 spade connectors, and 2 large red ring terminals. So I have wire, which is good. So in this box somewhere should be my terminals. Ah, there we go. It's in this pack that I hadn't opened yet. Okay, we have, that is a power connector, a power switch, a gland nut, there's a power cord, there's a fan, Kapton dots, a sticker. Here's our ring terminals and our Wago connectors and our thises and our that's and our, okay. So that's what we needed there, and this is a solid state relay. Solid state relays are cool. They're so solid state. Sorry. So we don't need these components yet, so we're going to put this stuff back in the box, where we can fetch most of it later. Now, is that the bag? Or is that the bag? I'm willing to bet this is the bag. Okay, so 3 green wires. 3 green wires from the bag. There is only 2 green wires in this bag, which leads me to believe that I have opened the wrong bag. So we'll put those wires back in that bag. And we will grab this bag. It does appear to have more green wires in it. Throw that there. Yes, there are 3 green wires here, so. Oh yeah. So there's 1 green wire. Oh, I get it. Okay, there's a green wire here. I understand what's going on. We have 1 long green wire, and we have 2 short green wires. Okay, so got my 3 green wires. Strip all the ends of the wires. What's cool about these kits is that they've got a wire cutter or a machine that cuts the wire, but let's see if I can't show it to this camera really easily. You see the end of that is already pre-stripped, so you don't have to do anything. You just pull it off and you're done. Spindle it just a little bit and you're good to go. And all the wires are cut like that. They're pre-stripped, so all you have to do is pull the little end caps off of them or the extra insulation and move along. So we're going to use 1 blue ring terminal and all 3 wires. So that's a blue ring terminal right there. And it twists 3 ends together to combine the wires. Okay, so in order to do a decent job of that, since by default there's not a whole lot of insulation removed, I'm going to pull just a little bit more to make these easier to spindle together. Nope. These 3 and then a little bit extra here. So we got these 3 wires together. Kind of spindle them a little bit. Stick them into this connector here. Right. Make sure it's seated properly. Grab the crimp tool. And crimp. And there we go. Okay, so that task is done. Okay, now we need 1 large red ring terminal and 1 spade connector. So I need a spade connector, which was that thing, and 1 large red ring, which is that thing. And those go on the short ends. So it goes on the short wires. So we go like so. Spindle that just to tighten it up a little bit. fully seated in there. Grab our tool, give it a squeeze. And we do the same thing for this female spade connector. You want to make sure that it's fully seated before you try the crank. Let's split out. To the bottom? Where the hell is this? Well. Okay. That task is done. Okay, so we're going to set this aside, and we are moving on to a one white wire that's 150 millimeters long and one white wire that is 400 millimeters long. So we've got a single white wire here, and that is not 150 millimeters. That is much longer. So I'm willing to bet that this wire is a 150 millimeter one. We just happen to have a metric tape. And that's just about 150-ish or so. And this thing is right about 400-ish or so. So there is our white wires. What are we doing with those? We are taking a blue ring terminal and one spade connector. So we are getting a blue ring terminal, which is right there, and a spade connector, which is right there. Spindle together two ends, so that means I need some extra space here. And who gets the blue ring terminal over the pair? Okay, so blue ring terminal goes over the pair, like so. And the short white wire, we get the spade connector. Okay, so that is another completed wiring piece. And we are 2 hours and 44 minutes into this build. I probably should be drinking beer, not coffee at this point. We're going to do the black wires. Black wires, one short and one long. One 400 millimeter, one 150. So we've got one. Again, we're going to check to make sure. So that's our 150. And that is our 400. use one blue ring terminal and one spade terminal. There's a pattern here. Oh, come on. It's like, no, I don't want to. And we're going to join them together like we did the last ones. So we strip a little more to give us some room. Right, blue goes on there like so. Oh, we've got a small red ring terminal too. I almost missed that. And then this goes on to here like so. And then the red ring terminal goes on so. Okay, so we've got 3 assembled wiring harnesses. Yeah, okay, so one length of black wire at 150 millimeters. That is too long. Just to make sure, because I don't want to have to do this twice. It's our winner, and we're getting 2 spade connectors to either end of that one. Grab a small, that'll save me from rummaging so much. Crimp these on here. Okay, what's next? 150 millimeter black wire, which we only have one of those left, I think. Yep. And you get a small red ring terminal. Prepping the wiring continued. Okay, now we need a length of wire, one red 300, one red or 1350. So this is going to be a big one. So I'm pretty sure that's what we're dealing with here with these. Here. So we got a red that is, oh yeah, that's 1350 at least. Okay, and then we're going to get a red that's 400. Is that 400? That is indeed 400. are we doing with these? We are getting one blue, one small red. Come on, there's a blue. And there is a small red. And it appears that we are doing that same task again as far as joining them up. So we need to do it just a little bit more. And those go into the blue ring terminal. And the short wire gets the ring terminal, or the red ring terminal. Red ring, red ring. Oh yeah, you can tell I'm getting a little bit sideways here. That's just my personality. Shit just shows up in my head and there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Okay, we are going to use two black 1350 millimeter wires, which I believe both of these are 1350 millimeters. They are the longest ones in the box. Yep, those are both the same length. And each one of those gets what? Red ring terminal, and it looks like it's a small ring terminal. One small, one small. Watch me, if I'm not careful, I'll put both terminals on the same damn wire. Well, that would be embarrassing, but not entirely unheard of. And the next long wire. Of course, now I'm going to end up with a pile of wire all tangled up. It'll just make me crazy when it comes time to actually start consuming it. Okay, so that's the other one. What are we doing? Prepping the wiring continued. But wait, there's more. The remaining two wires will be a red and a black and two red ring terminals. So we have a red ring terminal. And another red ring terminal. And a black and a white wire. And these are about 400 millimeters. One ring terminal to each wire. I've got to get some better crimp tools. This thing is like 35 or 40 years old. And it's one of those auto parts store things where, hey, you got one tool that does all these jobs, and yeah, it does all of the jobs barely. And I'm sorry, I'm kind of a snob. I like professional crimping tools that are purpose designed for the crimp you're trying to make. Okay, unpack the power supply. And this is the power supply box. Okay, we've got to get the plastic off of it. Wrapped in plastic for your safety. Okay. It probably mentions it somewhere later on in the instructions, but I like to do it now. You want to make sure that it is set to the 110 volt selection. And if you look at this, mine came default set for 220. It's not SeeMe's fault. That's just how they come from the factory. You got to pay attention. So all you do is you take your screwdriver and you move that switch so it says 115. And I don't know how well that easily that can be seen. We'll try it in the other camera. See, it says 115. That's what you want it to say. Okay, so we got our power supply out. Now what are we going to do? We're going to prep the power supply. Look at that. Step 40, do exactly what I just told you to do. They're so smart. Okay. And yeah, they're talking about the orientation of the output power. And they want it adjusted as shown. So we'll go ahead and we will adjust it as shown. With that thing pointing just about yay. Yeah, it's close enough. Worst case, we can power this thing up and see if we're getting 12 volts out of that thing. Okay. Okay, now we're going to do the base assembly. Which, okay. So, I need to move these wires around a little bit because I am not prepared to do it. They just wanted me to do. So set that over here, and then we'll open this box. And this box has got all of the parts in it. The base and the top parts, they're it's all powder coated steel. Unlike the prior models of Rostock MAX 3D printers from SeeMeCNC, like the 3.2 and prior, and the Orion, this is all steel. So we got the bottom pieces here. And I got some top steel here. Set this over here. Just the hell out of the way. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's some awesome shit, isn't it? Okay. And this is, I think, some power supply stuff and the top cover. Tasty. Okay, this is the bottom, I think. No, that's the top. That's a top piece that sits like so. Okay. It's like I've got to find a soft place to put all this because it's like scratched up. At least before I've had a chance to screw it up, right? Okay, so we want that bottom plate, which I just put away over here. Okay, so. Oh, man, that's just something. Real steel. Orient like it shows in the picture. I think I'm gonna have to get into this because it's got plastic shims in it. The castings, or not the castings, the injection molded parts that I was talking about earlier. That's a little bit bent. These things here, I don't know if you can see that because, well, the window's in the way. Move the mouse here around, there we go. Yeah, these things here, those are still sized, or the tabs are, for the old Welding parts. And they came up with a really slick solution. Instead of having to redesign a whole new set of injection molds, yeah, see, that's the power. Ooh, that just kind of got bent a little bit. But that's easily corrected. Where was I at? Oh, so instead of redesigning a whole new set of injection molds for the new generation of 3D printers that they were coming out with, they decided to use these and then design some new injection molded shims that would allow those original parts to correctly fit inside. And that's what you get. You get these beautiful injection molded parts that act as little spacers. And they're just neater than shit. Excuse my French. Or not. So I'm going to go over to my guide here. And I'm looking for 3 of these. Set these. Where am I going to set those? Set those right there. That's just a beautiful part. That is a polished mold. That is just beautiful. That is just beautiful. Okay, so we've got those, and we need to chase down some other pieces that we need, like feet. What do we got here? Let's see, upper hardware pack. Here we go. This is the lower hardware pack. It contains bits that we will need. These are the feet. All of these are injection molded parts. All this stuff is stuff that SeeMeCNC designed themselves, manufactured themselves, and injection molded themselves. So, okay, let's see here. The first thing we are going to do is we are going to be working with these. So, set that power supply over here. Throw that on the floor back there to get slipped on later. So we're going to take one of these upside down like that. Put into, oh, that's just, I'm sorry, that's just nice. I mean, the fit is just, oh. Because sometimes when you deal with printer kits, the fit is not so hot. Things slip around. It's just no fun with this. This is an experience. Okay, so we've got those in there. So now we're going to put these brackets in on the bottom plate. Okay, so that means that we're going to do this, and they're going to drop in just like that. Oh, that is something else. I've been waiting on this kit for quite a while. And I'm very jealous of you guys that have gotten to build these long before me, because this is nice. Shit just fits together, and it's smooth, and it's okay. It wants the feet. Now, one thing I do when I build these 3D printers like this, the Rostock MAXes, is I don't install the feet. And what I mean is, I don't install the little shoes. Okay, these things. Because typically I need to move the printer around quite a bit, and these little shoes are very grippy, and it makes it really difficult to turn the printer around while it's on the table. So I'm just going to stick those over there, and we'll put the feet on last, or the shoes on last. And then we're going to kind of put these together or prep them up a little bit here. And these are also original SeeMeCNC stuff. I think the nylon screws are buyout items, but these feet here and those rubber shoes are a part they make. And if you're a fan of Made in America, boy, you can't get any better than that. Okay, where do these feet go? Isn't that cute? Oh, look at that. Okay, so the nuts fit right there, and everything falls off. Oh, that is just too typical. That is just too typical. I need a little bit better screwdriver. I'll be right back. It's like, for extra humiliations, do this. So if you're building your printer with this video, for one, I feel sorry for you because, well, I do anytime anybody follows me when I'm doing something, because hilarity usually ensues like that. But I recommend that you, instead of following the instructions with each we're putting all three of them on the panel at the same time, just go ahead and do them one at a time. It's that whole cause and effect thing. Should have seen it coming, didn't see it coming, did it anyway. And these nylon screws, you do not want to tighten too much. Just get them a little bit snug and then maybe a quarter turn past that. Reason being is that they're nylon, it's soft, and it's easy to strip, and you don't want to do that. That back in there. It's like, you get a nut, and you get a nut. Yeah, I love that design. That is just, man, that's nice. Oh, there's Keegan. I was wondering when you were going to show up, dude. How long have you been there? God damn it. Oh, yeah. Surprise. Should have seen that coming. Look, they both fell off. That's just awesome. Realistically, the only thing we're screwing down right now is this doubler plate. Mitch, that's not really surprising. That AC heater in the Artemis is an animal. And I'm pretty sure the the V4 has got the same heater. I remember at a MRF 2 years ago, the Google guys had a Cartesian printer set up, and they had an AC heated bed on it, and they had a aluminum build plate that had the first generation of the PEI sputter coated beds, and we were talking about how fast it would heat, because I'd never seen an AC bed at that point. And he says, "Here, watch this," and I'm standing right in front of that printer, and he sets it, and I don't even remember what he set it to heat for. I think it was probably 135 C. And he hits go, and before I knew it, it was racing past 110 C, and it didn't look like it was going to stop. And I took a step back because I didn't want to be anywhere near it if that thing decided to go bang on me. And it was really impressive. Okay, we are not putting the feet on there, or the shoes. We're going to attach the brackets to the bottom plate. So, in order to do that, we need more hardware. And we are going to be using 7/8 screws. And something tells me I'm going to need 6 of these. Yep. I love it when it's easy. And it's not easy very often. Let's hop back to that other display. Now we are attaching the thing to the bottom here. Just like that. 2 screws. Move to the next one. Keep working our way around. Actually, what I'm going to do is do that. And then try to do that. Because that will make my life considerably easier. If it works. Man, that's nice. I could never do this with the old melamine design. Not from dead start all the way out. That's just sweeter now. Turn this a little bit. Miss? Or did we cross thread? Nope. There we go. You want these tight, you don't want them distorting anything though, so be careful when you're doing that. Okay. So we got the brackets to the bottom plate. We just did step 46. Okay, power supply frame prep. So we're going to set this aside and go get us a power supply. So we've got our frame prep here, and we need this pack of pieces. This is our AC adapter and our power switch. And we also need 2 fuses. So we've got a fuse here and a fuse here. That pops open like so. Yep, okay, so the fuses go in there like so. See that? And then this thing just gets shoved in there. And in theory, it should just, there it goes, it just clips in. Okay, so we got that. We're going to need 2 M3 nylon lock nuts. That should be fun to find. Yeah. I'm going to separate stuff out more. So give me a second. Just trying to thin down my selection of stuff here so I can more easily find what I'm looking for. Okay, that is a cheesehead screw. That is a regular screw. I think pretty sure I'm supposed to be using these flatheads. I'm not sure. fit? That does fit. Okay, so we've got installation here. Yep, okay, so put a screw in the hole. Yeah, that's going to be fun. Not much clearance in here. There's a clearance joke in there, I think. Trying to get this screw tightened. Victory. One more. Okay. Got that handled. Now we do the power switch. Oh, and what's the orientation on that thing? So there we go. Power supply prep. Okay. Grab this thing. We are going to start with the black wire harness that has 2 wires. Yeah, that's the right one. That is going to go on this first one here, which is the line in. means this is the AC side of the power supply. Okay. The next is the white wire set. And that goes on the neutral, which is the connector right next to the hot side. And by my clock, we are 3 hours and 26 minutes into this little shindig. Okay. So now we grab our green, and that goes into the ground lug here. Oops. Upside down. I can't do that. Okay, so now we've got our ground and wiring the power supply. So how do we want this done? We need our black wire with the spade connectors on it. Hooked up, and we'll use the bottom one because that's what the photo shows. And then the other spade connector to orient it how they've got it in the photograph to make sure that I'm doing the correct thing here. Okay, so we've got that. Watch it fall over. We'll just tilt it over. And then the white wire goes to we're getting ahead of ourselves. Yeah, the white wire goes to the center tap where it says N. It's marked as neutral. Make sure that's fully seated. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and we'll do the ground, which is this thing here. Place wires out of the way. And then finally, this goes over here to the line side. Okay, so now that we have those connections made, we want to run a long white and black wire through the round hole in the back side of the hole here. So we're going to take these two wires and run them out that hole. No, not that hole. That hole. green wire gets routed out this other hole, looks like. Right, okay. And then we're mount power supply to frame. I'm gonna route these a little bit better. Why do I have a feeling I am missing something? I am not. I just think I am. Okay, so I need these short screws. There's 4 of these in order to mount the power supply to the bracket. These are nice and short, so they won't go inside the power supply and short it out, which is a good thing. Okay, that is handled. So what's next? Mount the power supply to the lower plate. Okay. Grab us our lower plate. Beastie. See, I'm not sure. Okay, that goes out that side. Okay. So, it doesn't stick out that far. There we go. So we're going to use these fancy button these button retainers. Now, do you press them in from the top? From the underside, okay. Which does not make things too easy. That wasn't too bad. I expected much worse, frankly. These are really neat little connectors. But I've heard they're anything but inexpensive. Okay, that's done. What are we doing next? Now we're going to install the solid state relay, which is this little goodie right here. Box and cardboard pile. Okay, I'm going to remove the plastic cover. And I'm going to use the remaining 2 M3 by whatever screws. So there's one nut. There's another nut. That screw's too big. Okay, what in the bloody hell? That's not right. There it is. I think that's the screw size I want. No, it's too large. Man, that does not look right, but so it goes on this side. Right here. And we're installing the screws for the relay, solid state relay. And this relay is actually used to control the heated bed. And the reason the solid state relay is used over any other, or over a mechanical relay, is because a mechanical relay, while could keep up with the duty cycle for a short time, would beat itself to death in short order. And this simply switches much faster. Okay, so we've got that installed. And, whoops. Well, that is so bloody irritating. I did it backwards. Should I fix it? I'm not going to fix it. I'm just going to leave it the way it is. Okay, so the black wire goes into this side. Right. Okay, that's done. Now we're looking at Wago connectors, which are these awesome little things. I'd never seen these before my Artemis build. And these were used for the thermistor and some other things, and it's like, oh my god, these things are just the coolest connectors ever. I am going to get a alcohol pad. I'll be right back. The alcohol pad is to clean the surface. This is 3M VHB tape, or very high bond tape, and you'll get a better bond if you clean the surface you're going to glue to with alcohol. I am going to be right back. I need to go run and use the restroom. So I'm going to put my "we'll be back" on. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so we are going to do the Wago connectors now. And where are we going to put the Wago connectors? Okay, get our alcohol swab out. And it looks like it's going to go right there and over here. So we'll just kind of clean all that space up. Give it a second to dry. Oh, this is going to be a long stream, huh, guys? Okay, so we're installing one right here, and the other one goes right there, according to the instructions. We're still not quite dry yet. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're getting there. It's slowly evaporating. So we'll put one down. Well, we'll try to put one down. I can get the backing off of this. Stupid tape. There we go. Okay, so we've got one that's going to go right there. And the other one is going to go right there. Okay. So we got our Wago connectors down. Okay, so a white wire is going to go into the first one here. So we'll insert that all the way in. My concern is that there's not enough wire stripped off. You know, just to be on the safe side, I'm going to strip just a little bit more material off of that. My concern is that the Wago connector will grip the metal or the insulation on the wire, and not the metal, or the metal will be in incidental contact with the wire. And when you've got incidental contact like that, it increases the connection resistance, and with resistance comes heat, and with heat comes melting, and we don't want to do that. Okay, so the next Wago thing we're going to do is this one, and we're going to loosen this side. Go in there like so. This goes into this Wago connector, and it's closed and locked. Okay. So it works just the way the picture does. Okay, so what are we doing now? Take the 400 millimeter black wire with the ring terminal on one end and bare wire on the other side, and feed it through the power supply bracket hole as shown. Okay. So we are going to feed it through the hole as shown. Okay. So we've done that. What are we going to do with it? And that is going to go into V- on the power supply, which is, or it's the first V- position anyway. So we'll take this out. Set that like that, because we want to bend this around like so. Come on, get in there. Okay, so that lug is tied down, right? And then that wire is going to go into the Wago connector on the other side. So we'll get a little bit more stripped off of here. And we're putting it into this position here. Okay, so that's done. And now we're going to repeat the same process with the previous step with the 400 millimeter red wire, which that is not it. This is it here. So, task here. Strip that a little bit more. And I'm willing to bet this is going to go into the V+ side. Rotate that around. And yes, that goes into the first V+ position, which is going to be right here. Careful, pull that out. Set that aside. Do this. Okay, that is that. And that goes into this Wago connector. Pull a little slack out of that. And run him into there like so. Okay. Now, a red wire that has two red wires in the blue ring terminal. So that is this beastie here. So it gets either 400 over the power supply and through the power supply bracket. Okay, so it goes through here like so. So it wants the 400 millimeter one outside. Okay. I am not. Okay. Just a little confused here. It's okay. What we're doing is this side. And the long end goes out. The short end goes over here. Okay, so that's there. Now the ring terminal from the red wire has two red wires on it. That goes into position 2 on the power supply, which is that beastie right there. Get in there. Okay. Secure it next to the other red wire. Okay, and then 1350 millimeter black wire with the ring terminal on one end. Okay, that goes into here. Oh, damn it. Yeah, we do not want to drop screws down here. Okay. And feed the ring terminal to the power supply. And we're going to run this long wire. And I'm willing to bet that we're going to run this wire too out these side holes. I do not like how that runs. comes to wire routing, I'm really kind of picky sometimes, but today, not so much. Okay, so that's that. Now, what in the hell is going on here? One of the 1350 millimeter black wires. Oh, that's right. I've got two. I didn't realize I had two. Attach the ring terminal on the solid state relay. Okay, that's handled. If I can put this cap back on here. It's not mentioned, but I kind of like to do it anyway. Okay, so now we need to feed wire up extrusion. 3 wires coming from the power supply. So okay, so we need to run this black wire under all of this and out this other side. Like so. And then we need to run. Wait a minute. That wire stays over there. Okay, these 3 wires go through the tower. So grab a tower, 3 wires, and start stuffing wire. Remember in the old days packing that 12 gauge wire into these towers? Oh, that was just horrible. No, Roy, I'm not done with this job yet. In theory, it's supposed to take 6 hours. I'm 4 hours and 5 minutes into this build. And you know what? God damn it. Mouse is misbehaving. So, okay. Gotta straighten these things out if we're gonna do this. I'm gonna set this tower. Go. Okay, so we've got that one as far down as it goes. And I'm going to need a nut driver here. I think this is the right size. It is, okay. It's kind of wobbly right now, but that's because of this metal is not bound to anything else. So while it's in that condition, it's going to flex. But when everything is assembled, it's not going to flex at all. I would be astonished if none were never completed, simply because this build is just too simple to really screw up. I mean, and the only reason that, I mean, I'd probably be closer to half done if I wasn't sitting here talking about stuff and really couldn't concentrate fully on the task at hand. Okay, so we've got the extrusion installed. We've got the T-nuts tightened. And now we're going to use one of the frame pack shims, which is one of these little goodies here. I think. Yep. Design's just a little bit different. That goes in there like so. Wide tower prep. From the top of the power, pull the wires. Yeah, we're just going to take out the excess slack here. So. Doesn't have to be tight, just has to be. So now we're going to do the X tower. Okay, and the X tower doesn't get any stuff. So yeah, the X tower has got to be that beastie according to the photographs. So we set our T-nuts straight the way they're supposed to be. And we set a tower. I do not like that. That is not as straight as I would care to have it. Yeah, one of the things you got to pay attention to is make sure you don't have any tower tilt. You want to make sure that tower is straight up and down and in parallel with this bottom bracket here. Because if it's not, it may cause issues. I don't know if Do It firmware or RepRap firmware can calibrate out tower tilt or not. It's not something I've personally had to worry about, but I'm sure if you're screwing around, you don't do a good job building the printer, that it could be a concern. Okay, now we're going to the thermistor. I don't know why we're going to the thermistor, because the Z tower has not been installed yet. Oh, wait a minute. I am ahead of myself here. Or confused, which is kind of a similar statement, really. So the thermistor wires, these, inserted a white 2-pin connector aligning with the back of the connector with the windows in the connector. Okay, so, and it's a 2-pin shell, so it's got to be this thing here. Show that to the audience. All 2 of you. Okay. Let's not get them in backwards. Okay. Mr. Wires into the X tower. This probably should have been done before the tower was set, but whatever, I guess. You can see me do a weave. This is kind of similar to the feeling you get trying to push a rope up a hill. The longer the pipe, the more the friction, the more the friction, the more the hassle. I think I'm gonna have to use fishing line. This is just too annoying. Of course, I've got to find my fishing line. Okay, fishing line. Take this out. Yeah, Roy, this is actually a really simple printer build. It's literally a walk in the park compared to how the V2 or the V1 was. It's really a much different experience. I need some tape. And frankly, anybody that would walk away from a kit this easy to build, I would question their commitment to doing anything at that point. Because this is simply just not that difficult to do. I mean, this is the epitome of, you know, a caveman can do it kind of thing, you know. It's just too damn easy. Getting the tape off is the fun part. So yeah, builders that are watching this, you want to get a little fishing line. It'll make running that thermistor wire a lot easier. Just grab you some cheap filament or cheap fishing line and run it through. Okay, so we've got that. Set this up. I want to see what it looks like that. Yep. Okay, Z-Tower prep. This will use the last remaining feed the black wire coming from the solid state relay up the tower. Through the outside. We are running it through the outside. Okay. Set that. Get these T-nuts aligned. Yeah, there are absolutely no 3D printed parts anywhere in this build. Everything is injection molded, if it's plastic. The injection molds are designed by SeeMeCNC, they're manufactured by SeeMeCNC, and the parts are injection molded on site by SeeMeCNC. They've got their own machining centers, they've got their own injection presses, the whole 9 yards. And yeah, the Prusa is a nice little printer, but for bang for buck, you're not going to do better than one of these. Because you figure the build volume is, if memory serves, it's 280 millimeters in diameter and 395 in height. Now, if you want to go really crazy, you can get a SeeMeCNC Boss, and the build diameter on that one is 500 millimeters, and you can get them in 3 Z heights: 500 millimeters, 1,000 millimeters, and 2,100 millimeters. And even the 500 millimeter one is just, it's ridiculous. It's huge, and it weighs about 100 pounds. It's just a beast of a printer. And I want one so bad I can taste it. It's on my wow, I'd really love to have list. but for what that would cost me to get, I could probably lay my hands on a nice used BNC, which is also on my to-do list or to-get list. Okay, the Z tower is down. What are we doing next? Oh, I forgot the little bit here. Can't forget the plastic bit. Okay, so the bed thermistor. That is this thing. And I have got these things. This will be interesting. 2 M3 by 10 millimeter long flathead screws. Ruh-roh, Raggy. I say that because I am pretty sure I am out of these flathead screws. And I think I did it to myself. And I think I did it on the power connection. I've got to look. I'm going to scroll up and look. Yeah, I can imagine they've got some pretty decent 3D printers there. The budget's a little bit better, I suppose, or I would hope. Oh, by the way, I ran into somebody else that contacted me via the website about an 810 that, or an ATC 810 that he just bought. So yeah, dummy used the wrong damn screws. God damn it. Okay, I gotta fix that. Fortunately, I can fix that. I think. It's all good if nobody catches me at it, right? Okay, I gotta drag out the forceps. Yeah, if there's anybody that's got more screws loose than me, it's you. So, yeah. which is probably a good thing. But yeah, this guy with this ATC 810, he's not so much interested in restoring it. He wants to, he's a private pilot, and he wants to interface it directly into X-Plane. And so I'm going to help him with that as he goes through that journey, and that'll be kind of fun. Okay. So now I can scroll back down to the spot I was at. Dum 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 dee dum dee dum. Thermistor wires. Insert thermistor wires in the X tower. Z tower. Okay, so prepping the heated bed parts. So I'm going to put the thermistor into the good thing and put a screw into it. So this goes into there, and then it gets a flathead screw, which realistically I could have used the other M3 screw I had, but whatever. Okay, so that's taken care of. And then we are going to place the thermistor in the thermistor PCB is shown, which we do this. And I need to fix something with a soldering iron. I'll be right back. The connector wasn't seated properly in there, so I had to handle that. Okay. Install the bed thermistor. So I need to slide this out of the way and grab this honking thing. And this is the heater and glass. Oh, where am I going to put this? I'll put this back over here where I got it. Okay. This honking chunk of steel, or aluminum actually, is the heated bed. Look at that. It's like a 300-watt AC heater. It goes from room temperature to holy shit, I'm on fire in that fast. Okay, so I need a flathead screw, number 4 washer, and the thermistor. So I need to get me a number 4 washer. The bottommost hole in the bed. So is that the hole? Okay, got it. So that goes in there. That goes in there like so. There we go. Okay, so that's mounted. Okay, install the heated bed. Rotate it around so it sits like so. And this goes in here like so. Okay, what screws are we using for this? Okay, so I need to get a connector shell for the thermistor and get that installed. And you get a kick out of this, Roy. These are the glasses I need to use for this. It's a, I think it's a 5x diopter at 430 millimeters focal length. But by God, I know exactly where everything is with these on. Right. Okay. Yeah. The trials of aging eyesight, right? Okay, so I've got that handled. So then we need to plug that into the board. Enter the board. Board. It gets plugged in like so. I'll tilt this over so you folks can see. It's this connection right here. Okay. Now we've got to make connections to the bed. And again, we need to strip a little bit more wire, I think. May not be necessary, but just me being paranoid. Okay, so we're going into the Wago connector that is in the corner of the power supply. So we'll pop that one open and pop that one open. And because it's a heater, it is a resistor and has no polarity. Okay, so that's handled. Oh, strip 1/2 inch wire, so yeah, that's what I did. Okay, we're good. And there is no black and red wire, they're both white wires. Okay, so now we're going to do the heated bed with these big honkin' flathead screws that I didn't know where they went. Okay. Go. And you want to make sure that you don't accidentally cross thread these peak standoffs, because you know it is a soft material and it wouldn't be that difficult to tear up. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to loosen the tower just a little bit on this one corner to let that connector move a little bit. Or it won't, no. Okay. It's interesting that these will constrain the machine just a little bit. Curious and curious. Four hours, 39 minutes. Yay. Yeah, I get what's happening. Yeah, the peak insulators are turning just a little bit. I'm sitting here going, what? Pliers really quick. That's good enough. Okay. Install safety stickers. Yeah, I'll get to that at some point. Okay, so we are working on the front piece here. This is the top of the chassis. And I'm looking for a box where I put some other accessories into. because there's a name tag. Ah, there it is. Printed name tag. That's cool. Okay, so technically, yeah, there is one 3D printed part in that printer built. You got me. There's one. And this uses push rivets. So that will go into there like so. And we'll use a couple of push rivets to install it. You know, these push rivets almost feel like cheating. They really do. Okay, so there we go. That's done. Prep the base fan. Where did I put that fan? It's around here somewhere. Oh, and that's where the ridiculously long screws are used. Okay, so we're going to be electronics pack. 4 O-rings from the lower hardware pack. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. We got those things. We need 4 block nuts. There's 2, 3, 4, and washers. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, apparently we are cutting the connector off the fan. Poor connector, we hardly. And then we're going to strip about 10 millimeters. So close to about a ½ inch. What is that, about 22? Yeah, it's 22 gauge. That's closer to a ½ inch, but fuck it. Okay. This oriented correctly. Want the air blowing out. So we go screw. And O-ring. These are basically vibration dampers to prevent the fan from making more noise than we really want it to. Some people replace this fan with a Noctua fan. That's fine, you can do that. Me, I don't care. I'm flexible. Now I'm going to slide the fan onto the screws. the nuts on it. Yay. Like I said, I'm a rotten live streamer. I'll get to thinking about stuff and concentrating. I'll forget to talk. That's why I need a co-host or some shit like that, so I can work and they can talk. You don't want to run these down too tight and squish the O-ring, because then that'll kind of rob the whole effect from you. You just want it tight enough to kind of hold the fan. Okay, that's that. Carrie Byron? Yeah, okay. Have her call me, okay? Okay. Okay, now we are going to put the top frame down. And we've got to route some wires here. It's weird building the printer like this, because normally I'm used to putting this top piece here on prior to putting the towers in, so it almost feels backwards to me. Did I get my orientation correct? I did. Carefully slide down. Beautiful noise, isn't it? Said nobody ever. Now see, I still have this honkin' O-ring out. I'm not sure whether, not O-ring, but yeah. Feel like I've missed something with that. I'm not sure what. making a mistake somewhere. Yep. It's too low. Just a little bit off. Not go in there, does it? There we go. So I'm gonna have to throw some screws in here, I think, just to kind of hold on to it for a bit. Collar myself. Yeah, I get right on that. It's a shame the chat doesn't ding when somebody texts something in there, because I don't hear it. Need a flashlight. Be right back. Yeah, that engaged. Okay. Just kind of throwing some screws in here to kind of help me get it set together. Okay, that'll keep those corners from popping out. So what in the hell is my problem here? Something blocking that? No. That just does not want to go in there. I'm not sure why. Ah, there we go. That was just a tight fit. Put one screw in there to keep that from riding out. Oh, I hear you. I used to wear a Fitbit quite a bit, and during the week, I'd average maybe 2,000 or 3,000 steps, because IT, my ass is in a chair most of the time. But on the weekends, I'm like 10,000, 12,000 steps because I'm wandering all over the shop, like I'm completely lost or something, Okay, so I'm now supposed to put some of the push down the sheet metal cover over the brackets all the way as shown to pick 1. The brackets will slightly stick out of the sheet metal. Using 2 nylon push rivets, secure the sheet metal cover to the power supply bracket through the lower holes as shown in picture 2. Okay, so of course none of this shit lines up now. It's like, what the hell have I done here? A screwdriver. What the hell did I do with my screwdriver? There it is. There we go. There's one. Okay. Panel stops. Okay, so, and these are what the acrylic side panels are connecting into. So make sure I get that right. Yeah, okay. Here. God, I'm just moosing this metal work. And then, wait a minute, what did I do? We're going to do the Rostock MAX side. This side. I'm going to feel really irritated if I don't. No, the fan's still not hooked up at that stage, so I didn't skip a step. Okay. Okay, the fan wires go into the. Man, this would have been a lot easier to do a different way, but. Yeah, Roy, if you get yourself a Fitbit, you will really see how much time you move around in a shop. It's really actually surprising. Okay, the fan's installed. Okay, install lower frame. Hello, Anderson Silva. How are you doing today? Holy cats, I'm back up to 5. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, so we are going to do the power supply side first, because that's what the fancy instructions show. And I need my fancy washer. We'll cut a surface into that. One. Okay. It's back to screwdriver time, I think. Go. And then it wants the fancy screw here, the fancy washer. And by the fancy washer, I'm talking about this thing. It's kind of hard to see, but it's got ridges on it that'll cut through the powder coating for the to ground it. This is next. So I've got to find a wrench for that size because I'm not going to try to use pliers with that. 7/16. Shitting me. There we go. Couldn't get a wrench on it for a second. Okay, that one's done. Okay, we're just going around the block. This is the part I hate. The tedious part of the build. Of course, I bought some fancy RGB LEDs that I was going to put in here, but I decided to skip that. Maybe I'll tackle it later, I don't know. It would look kind of neat, but I don't know if I want to take the time to do it. Maybe I'll pull the machine apart at a later date, install all that RGB nonsense. Right now, I just want to get this thing done. This is ridiculous. Stupid thing is gonna. Oh man. See you later, mate. Had no idea that guy was that many time zones away. You'd think he'd want to hang out so he could sleep better. What's next? Prep the acrylic. Locate the white acrylic pack from the frame pack. That's going to be this thing, I think. This goes over the nameplate, I'm willing to bet. Oh, I know what this does. This is supposed to go in here and make that SeeMeCNC stand out like that. And I think I'm not going to install that because at some point I will get to those RGB LEDs and I don't want to have to pry this thing off. So we'll set that over there for now. Okay, now I got to put the rest of the screws in the lower frame. Fortunately, I can't use my power screwdriver because it won't fit in here. Is what it is, right? Previous to the original build, it was no big deal because you actually put these screws in before you put the towers in. But with this updated design, you don't do that anymore. It feels kind of backwards almost, but I know it's better. And I know it works well, so I'll only bitch a little bit. How many 3D printers do I have now? You really want me to count them all? Let's see. In this shop right now, I have, including this one, I have an Elegoo Mars MSLA printer in my little office area under the mezzanine. I've got a Hacker H2 over there, so that's 2. Red Sonja is over there. That printer is a modified V1. I've got Orange Menace over here, which is another modified V1 of the Duet. So that's 4 in this room, okay? In the house, I have an Artemis, 2 Orions, so that's 3. An Eris is 4, so we're up to 8 printers. Another Elegoo Mars, so that's 9. A Rostock MAX V3.2, that Cylon build that I did. An upgraded 3.0 to 3.2. And 2 V2s. So that's like, oh, and I've got an original Lulzbot Taz under my bench over here. So that's like what, 15 printers? Something like that? Yeah, nothing to see here. Move along. Let me put it this way. If I wanted to print my own minion army, I am set. I'm really liking the Elegoo Mars, though, the MSLA printer, because I can print crazy tiny stuff like instrument pointers and I've been experimenting with that just a little bit. It makes great pointers. You print them out of a clear resin, and you paint the backside black, or paint the backside white, and then mask the center in black, like you would with some of the 737 single mills. Why so many? Well, because I used to write a lot of documentation. I don't do much anymore, but I used to write a lot of 3D printer documentation. Some of it was great docs, some of it, oh my God, it sucked. But there it was. Okay, so those are down. Install the bed clamps. M3 18 millimeters. Okay, so we got that, and that. Are we doing washers? We're not doing washers. Bed clamps. I'm doing that right? Yeah. It's time. I'm just going to tilt this thing over to make this easy on myself. Or easier. This is just going to make me nuts. That was exciting. That's a tight fucking bed clamp. I probably shouldn't be tightening these this much, but it is what it is, I suppose. Now I know I pulled one more. There it is. Okay, bed clips are in. Well, I did that wrong, but whatever. Okay, now we're installing the carriages. Now, part of that carriage install, I need to get into the arm pack and install the arm, or the socket arms here. From the floor to slip on. That's blocking the views. Slide that out of the way, kind of. So these are spares, or unused. Yeah, these white barbell things are the ball ends of the ball and socket arm system. And they're made out of Delrin, which is effectively Teflon, I suspect. Or no, are they nylon or are they Tef? Are they? God, I don't remember. They might be nylon, but I think they're Delrin. God, I don't remember. It's been too long. I'm going to take that as a compliment, Roy. And I can't remember the last time I saw an episode of that show. I think he quit doing it after a while, didn't he? There's some YouTube folks that I subscribe to that they're not really in that vein, but they do a lot of DIY stuff that's really kind of clever and well done. There's a guy, I don't remember his name, but his channel is I Like to Make Stuff. And he's kind of like me in that he's all over the map, but he does more home projects than technical stuff. I mean, he does a little, some 3D printing, He's big into cosplay. He built himself a set of Sand Trooper armor from the Rogue One movie that actually turned out really nicely. There was something wrong with that screw head. That's why it was. No, I guess not. Thought there was something wrong with that screw head. Did not want to hang on to that. There we go. Okay, more grist for the spare hardware mill. Okay, so now I've got to install my end stop screws. And these are basically number 4 screws that will engage the end stops that are in the top of the machine. Missed completely. God. Runaway screw. The end stop design is kind of nice in that because of the Do It controller, you no longer need to manually calibrate the printer like you used to in the old bad days. A Rostock MAX with a Rambo controller was before the HE280 hot end. It was difficult to calibrate, and I tried to show people as best I could how it could be calibrated, but it's one of those things where you just got to keep at it, and it was very frustrating for a lot of people. But when the V1 and the V2 prior to the HE280 hot end came out, there were no better solution on the market for 3D printer calibration. Now I'm setting all of these to the same height because I don't need to adjust them anymore. That'll all happen in the software. That's why RepRap firmware is so cool. It's taken all the pain out of a Delta printer, because while a Delta is very fast and very accurate, prior to 32-bit controllers, they were kind of problematic to calibrate, and you had to work at it. Well, these days, all you have to do is make sure you're running RepRap firmware. And there's one. And instead of going through a process where you're adjusting the end stops and checking for square or checking for perpendicular and the horizontal radius issue and everything, or horizontal radius, all you have to do is hit auto calibrate, and depending on how you have it configured, it'll do up to like 19 different points to work out the math model between how you put it together and the perfect and a perfect world model. And then you can do a bed map where it'll do, the default is 69 points, but it can do more, and it'll map out a grid of all of the various issues that your glass might have, or variations in thickness of the aluminum plate. And you get perfect first layers. You know, up until a Do It powered printer, getting that first layer accurate enough to print on bare glass was really difficult. And now you can print on bare glass all you want. I don't recommend it because, you know, it can pop off, but it'll work and you can do it. Okay, we've got, now we're going to prep the upper frame. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to move it around the corner. We are after the upper frame now, which this thing. So we need to grab the Do It controller, which is this critter here. And let me tell you, the guy that designed this board, his name is Dave Crocker. And he lives in your neck of the woods, Roy. He's in the UK. And look at that. Already has the right firmware on it. The board design was based on an ARM CPU, and I'm pretty sure it started out life as a shield on the Arduino Do controller. But you figure, you look at this was, yeah, Do It 2 main, yeah. This is what the board looks like. And it's got a Wi-Fi interface on it. It's a 32-bit CPU, and I don't remember what the clock speed is on it. But with this controller, every Rostock printer I have, or every Delta I have, I can do rapid travels at between 400 and 500 millimeters a second. And while every 3D printer prints at pretty much the same rate, because I mean, it's a law of physics. You can only push so much through a nozzle over a period of time. And where the Delta wins is the fact that it can reposition very quickly because of the controller, and because the effector platform doesn't weigh very much. It doesn't have to slow down so quickly because there's not enough mass there to make it overshoot or skip steps. And it's really neat. Okay, so I need my controller, and I've got some extra miscellaneous bits that can go back in that box. And I need the upper hardware pack, which is this thing here. Sometimes the heat sealer catches things that it probably shouldn't. Okay, there's that. Okay, so I need to grab these 4 circuit board standoffs. Need 4 number 6 by 5/16 screws. Let's go there. Nope. Yeah, I suspect the internet did a hell of a number on yeah, RepRap started, well, Adrian Bowyer is the guy that started the whole thing in 2006. He did the whole RepRap project, and that was really only possible because some of the key patents from, I think it was 3D Systems, finally expired. And those assholes couldn't play keep away anymore. And since that happened, you know, it's been off to the races. And he is actually working right now on a new 3D printer design that it's called a structured light printer. And it's really interesting in that because of how it's designed or how it prints, it basically prints the entire part all at one time. Okay, so instead of a part taking hours to print, it takes minutes to print. And he's been developing a simulator in order to prove out his process. And it's been a really interesting thing to follow. I don't know if you follow him on Twitter or not, or even if you use Twitter. But that's where I found out about it. And it's actually really cool. Okay, so we are going to do the cover first, which is this thing. That goes in there like so. And we're going to use the long screws, right? Caleb is swapping his number 4s and his number 6s. And he shouldn't be doing that. Because there's a pretty big difference between a number 4 and a number 6 screw. There are no number 6 screws of this type in this build at all. Okay, so that's in there. Oh, now we're going to do the do-it mounts themselves. Hey, Roy, thanks for stopping by. Throw me an email at some point. I'll bore you to death with useless 3D printer trivia. Because I am a fount of useless 3D printer trivia. Hang on, folks. Okay. I know. So yeah. We're doing the mounts for the Do It controller right now. And they're little plastic clips that grip the board. I originally saw these clips a few years ago when SeeMeCNC was selling the V2s and they gave you an integrated option for the Raspberry Pi to install on the machine. And I think they also started, at that point, they started using these for the board mounts too, for the Rambo. But I think, that was the V3 that happened. But yeah, I'm going to turn into a pumpkin here real shortly, unfortunately, guys. My wife is home from her errands, and okay, board support. So we need to turn these things a little bit. Yeah, I need to turn these corner supports just a little bit so they're oriented the correct direction. Go ahead and we'll insert do a board in there like so. And then we can just bend these supports out just a little bit. Oops. I suppose there's a reason he shows using pliers. I just snapped the top off of that one because, well, yeah.
Motion at your Ring Video doorbell.
Okay, so the Do-It board is installed and my Ring Video doorbell went off. So let's check and make sure that we've got access to the SD card and to the Wi-Fi. And we do, kind of. Oh, I know what the problem is. The holes are oval just a little bit to allow things to travel. And I need to loosen these up a little bit. So I can accurately position the damn board. Okay. This is not going to work out the way that I need it to. Nope. Take this out. Okay, now that should fit perfectly. In theory. sometimes you. Okay, that's as good as that's going to get. Okay, and stop wiring. Okay, we are not going to do that. I am going to end this stream right now. We're 5 hours, 49 minutes into it. I'm going to return to this probably next weekend. My week is pretty busy. And this is going to take a little time. But we're well over half done. So I figure 2.5 hours maybe. So we'll see. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it. And I will see you soon. Thanks for watching, folks.